racing. All were off beautifully, and Sir Sterling has the Sterling early speed and puts the neck in front. Coastal Kid right alongside. Dual Monarchy is pulling very hard. That's the gray on the 3 wide side. And now Secret Potion is looking to split runners, and we have a line of 4 as they head up the barn side. Triple Pass is behind Quadruple Horses, and about 5 lengths from the lead, Dual Monarchy pulling Kelsey Har out of the saddle, pulls to the lead, opens up by half. Inside next to the rail is Sir Sterling. Secret Potion alongside that one. Then it's Coastal Kid. And Triple Pass, while being shoved on, is still just 4 or 5 from the lead, which belongs to Dual Monarchy. And Dual Monarchy opens up 1.5. Coastal Kid at 9 to 5 senses that warning call and is out after Dual Monarchy. Sir Sterling is next to the inside, needing to give more. Secret Potion is dropping back to last, overtaken by Triple Pass. Dual Monarchy keeping that pretty white face in front. Coastal Kid working really hard to keep up with Dual Monarchy, and Triple Pass is looking to reap the benefits with Sir Sterling. Dual Monarchy's too good. Dual Monarchy at 2.5 to 1 wins. Racing. The bookenders out fast. Robo ridden for speed to the inside. Dear Santa ridden hard for speed, and Dear Santa grabs the lead around the first turn. After that, 30 seconds out, broke well, but now takes off the pace and is overtaken by El Joy. And El Joy tracks 5 out of it. Dear Santa sole alone in front on the soft going. Then we come back to Jekka. That one's to the inside of Long Shot, 30 seconds out. And Mystifier lopes along 12 lengths from the lead. They head up the Canterbury Park barn side, chasing Santa. Dear Santa leads it by 2. Robo in second, cutting into the margin now. Dear Santa leads it by 1, and it's about to be a half, and they have 3.5 to go. El Joy tracks beautifully, if good enough, 2 lengths from the front, 3 wide, and that trio is 8 lengths away from Jacka to the inside of 30 seconds out. Mystifier's running on, but still double digits from the lead, which is 2-pronged. AC Doocy slug it out. Robo makes a big move on Dear Santa. After that, El Joy shoved on hard by Lopez, 3-4 lengths from the lead. Mystifier running on behind, 30 seconds out, and Jacka and running on fast, but still far out of it. Robo slugging it out with Dear Santa. They're locked in battle. Behind them, El Joy, not today for Mystifier. Robo, Dear Santa fighting back diligently on the inside. Robo from Dear Santa. Robo beats Santa. And they're racing. Slow beginning for Yo Dog, who would have to win 2 in a row from last. Excellent beginning for the speedy Central Park, and Central Park steams away to a 1.5 lead. Martini Blue good to go to the inside. Citrus Bay behind them, 4 out of it, and to the inside of a Lemon Meringue. Then we come to Yo Dog and Half Brother. That duo 7 lengths behind. Central Park cruising along with a 1.5 lead. In into the far turn. Central Park, the 9-year-old, still leads it, but Martini Blue looking to get in the black. Martini Blue rolls up alongside Central Park and they cut. After that, Citrus Bay. Then we come to Lemon Meringue. That one's in the clear and running on. After that, Half Brother and Yo Dog. They're at the top of the stretch. Martini Blue locked in battle with Central Park, and they're 5 lengths clear from Citrus Bay. Lemon Meringue trying to win 2 in a row from off the pace. Martini Blue, here comes Lemon Meringue at 6 to 1. Lemon Meringue swooshes right by and gets all the money. Well-timed ride by Kelsey Haar. And they're racing. Rough beginning for Miss Carmen Sebo all the way back in last. A Rose and Wine and Holy Coffee go 1-2. The bookenders get the first couple of calls. Dodgeball and the Hot Jock at 7 to 1. Rolling up alongside A Rose and Wine. Right behind them is Shack Stateside. Then it's Princess Vanellope. Miss Carmen Sebo would have to win it from 9 out, but Miss Carmen Sebo is running on. Dodgeball has taken a narrow lead from the heavily favored A Rose and Wine. Now A Rose and Wine punches back nicely on the inside. As Dodgeball drifts, A Rose and Wine regains the lead. Between them is Shack Stateside. Behind them, Princess Vanellope and Holy Coffee. A Rose and Wine in full bloom. Shack Stateside rolling into second, but it's A Rose and Wine with Shack Stateside lunging late. Tight photo, but A Rose. And they're racing. Run, Bambi, run! At 19 to 1. Bambi scoots clear with the early lead at 1,000,000 to 1. Childproof is next. That one is 4 to 5. And Childproof does not want this long shot to get away. And Childproof joins In Kind to the outside of Run, Bambi, Run. Then it's GG's Map. Full of run, trapped to the inside, and pinned to the inside of an on-charging Susie's Darlin'. After that, Dan's Me to the End of Love, about 5-6 lengths out of it, and to the inside of Jewel Azul. 6 covered by 4.5, and they have 5 to go. And Run, Bambi, Run is to the inside of Childproof. Still behind them is GG's Map, biding time, waiting for the light of day. Then we come to Susie's Darlin' to the outside of that 5. The trailing 2, the pair near the rear, has Dan's Me to the End of Love to the inside, and outside of that, Jewel Azul. Meanwhile, up top, Run, Bambi, Run, keeping the head in front. Run, Bambi, Run from Childproof. And Childproof ships all in with a quarter of a mile to go. And Run, Bambi, Run and Eddie G about to put a length on that 6. 5 lengths behind that, Dan's Me to the End of Love. GG's Map now 6 lengths out of it. Jewel Azul closing on the outside. Run, Bambi, run! Into the final 175. This one is 25 to 1. Talk about a Sunday special. It's Run, Bambi, run! Taking them wire to wire and blowing the tote board to Bawabic. racing. Anna Lee came out of the gate fast, but not as fast as that gray Loopy. And Loopy at 5-1 puts 2.5 on Anna Lee. After that, we have Sharp Attitude. That one is 11-1. Sharp Attitude, sharp in the early stages, and is third, 1.5 clear from Panthera. That one is to the inside of Northern Angel as the pace picks up around the corner, and Loopy's going quickly. So is Anna Lee, and that duo now is 6 clear from Sharp Attitude. Then we come back to Miggy. Miggy is about 12 lengths from the front and to the outside of Drama Speaker. Up the barn side they go, race 6 at Canterbury, and Loopy leads the penultimate into the far turn. It is Loopy and Fausto da Silva still clear, 1 and change. Anna Lee lay second, still far clear from Sharp Attitude in third. After that, Panthera, who just had to check a smidge. Northern Angel is running on from 9 out of it, running on fast too. Then we come to Miggy, second last, shoved on hard, and Drama Speaker can see them all. Meanwhile, up top, Loopy still trying to trigger a little upset. Outside of Loopy, Anna Lee makes a big move. Sharp Attitudes behind them, and after that we come back 5 lengths to Northern Angel. It is Anna Lee and a resurgent Loopy to the inside, but Anna Lee has the measure of that 6. Northern Angel trying to tag Anna Lee at the wire. Anna Lee holds on. And they're racing, and the 5 came off splendidly. Brown Town immediately to the lead, and the heavy favorite Brown Town popped out of the gate nicely, but now Discretionary Day is joined to the outside, and those two corner as one, and they're going quickly. They put 6 lengths on Tomby. Tomby at 16-1 tracking, and after that we have Tiger Hunter about 8 lengths out of it as the pace slows down up front past the Cat. Would have to pass 4 to win from last. Up the barn side they go, and taking the lead, Discretionary Day. Discretionary Day tugs them along by a neck. Brown Town, the hot favorite, still keen to go to the inside, and those two travel in perfect harmony. Tiger Hunter is hunting an upset and is on the prowl sweetly in third. After that we come back to Tomby, shoved on hard, not doing anything, and Past the Cat is beginning to run on fast from behind. Past the Cat, the 1 is on the move. Around about the quarter pole, the heavy favorite Brown Town takes the lead, but has been pressured every step of the way. Discretionary Day is next. After that, Tiger Hunter teetering out, and Past the Cat. The rider has the red helmet cover to the outside. This is a menacing presence for Brown Town. It's Brown Town leading it by a length and a half from Past the Cat. Brown Town, Past the Cat. Brown Town has done enough to win, and Brown Town, the people's choice, prevails.
Good afternoon and welcome to racing from beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota. The main track is listed at fast and the turf course is firm. The turf is firm, people. Let's go over the card tonight, get the changes ready for you. We've got 9 races, 7 thoroughbreds, a couple of quarter horse races. The first 5 on the card are free and clear. No changes in races 1 through 5. In race 6, take out the 6, Kentucky Starlet. Race 6, scratch 6. No changes in the 7th. 7th is free and clear. Race 8, take out the 1, Kevin Ferrari Girl. Race 8, remove the 1. 9th race, the lucky last. There are no changes. Fast and firm, up next today at the races with Angela Herman and Jeff Bidet. Stay tuned.
Well, welcome to Wednesday Racing at Canterbury Park. I'm Jeff Bidet. I'm joined by Angela Herman. Here we are. Welcome back to racing. Start of a race week, a 3-day week, and it is going to be a lot of fun. This is quite a card tonight. But first, we're here to point people in the right direction. That's the point of this show, right? Not only tonight, but into the future. And I can't now, after just having a French fry that I got on the 3rd level at the Homestretch Cafe, I can't. If you're here to eat, go to the 3rd floor, to the north end, and get yourself some French fries because they are the best French fries in Shakopee, hands down.
Yes, and that's how we start the week. Best French fries in all of Shakopee. Nothing fuels Jeff Madej quite like a French fry. So that leads us into the Loeffler leaderboard for some reason, I guess. Sure, we'll go to the jockeys first. Harry Hernandez has extended his lead now to 16 wins over Alonso Quinones, who's also put a big margin between himself and the rest of them at the moment. Had a pretty good week, and that's 11 now between him and 4 others tied underneath. But it was a contentious colony from the start. They have backed that up with these numbers. Harry just having a fantastic meet here.
Right, Alonso's, he's been riding a lot for Tim Padilla, who's winning a lot of races. You're also seeing him now on some Mac Robertson horses that he might not have been riding early in the meet. So I think, Alonso is he's a veteran reinsman, as Richard Grunder likes to say. And Richard Grunder, in fact, is his jockey agent. So there's a nice combination there. But we have a really good jockey colony. And the trainer battle, they just continue to win races left and right. And Jose Silva on the lead, but others right behind.
Right, and I think that the most he's had at one point would be a 4-win lead, but everybody keeping pace right behind him and doing so at different times. And we talk about the second half of the season changing a lot with some barns who might have got here late or hadn't quite settled into their stride, picking up steam as the meet goes on. Sometimes you see some of the barns from Turf Paradise, obviously the Silva barn got going very quickly, but some of them really find their feet in August and September. We might see even more tightening up that trainer's race, which is already close.
Absolutely. Quarter horses, because we have quarter horse racing tonight. Jason Olmstead, perennial leading trainer. He's got an 8-win lead. Jockeys, if you ride first call for Jason on a regular basis, it's hard not to be the top jock.
Well, and you can see that with the riders that are up here. But we did see some new faces up here, too. It's not always just the same combo over and over again, and you do see a lot of those silks around here. But some different riders get familiar with things up here. They really get a taste for how things work at the track, and, they just make hay whenever they can, because you can see, they ride 20 races as opposed to the thoroughbred jockeys that get a few more opportunities when they're up here. And like you said, when you're connected with the right barns, it definitely shows. I do have him winning the 8th tonight, but I have a different trainer winning the 9th. We'll get into that a little bit later because you love talking cues. But first, let's talk a little food. As long as you're on the topic of French fries, we'll go a different direction for Taste of Canterbury.
Saturday night, tacos and tequila right out here at the park. 5 o'clock is first post time. In tacos and tequila, we've been doing this all season. We pair something from our kitchen, from our culinary team. This week it's tacos. With an alcoholic, with some sort of alcohol. We've had bourbon, we've had whiskey. Saturday it's the best. It's tequila. Tacos and tequila, presented by Don Julio.
Yes, our friends at Don Julio putting on tacos and tequila.
Better. And you'll get a chance if you're attending, and tickets are available online. There are still some tickets remaining. This event does sell out every year, though, so you want to get involved now. But you'll have a chance to meet leading jockey who we just talked about, Harry Hernandez. He'll be there briefly, so you can get a selfie or a photo taken with Harry. Kevin Gorg will be there talking about betting. He'll probably be throwing betting vouchers around in the air like he did last time. It's a lot of fun. It's great food at the racetrack. You've got great seats watching the races. Nothing could be better. Not even corgi racing, which takes place on Sunday.
It's very tough to top tacos and tequila, but we give it a shot. And if you bring the family out for corgi racing, you won't regret it. It's very fun to watch the corgis go on the track. They're not always the quickest breed, so if you're looking for some sort of speed record, you might have missed your opportunity with a different breed, but they go in all different directions. They are the cutest little dogs, and seeing many of them go together on the track together, it's such a good time. It's so much fun. And, we have it fairly often, and it seems like you might get used to it. They don't get any less cute, and it's not any less entertaining to see those corgis take to the track.
72 corgi dogs on Sunday. Racing starts at 1. You should be handicapping for yourself. We do have the Steam team here just to accommodate you while you're visiting. But if you want to do some handicapping or finding winners on your own, go to brisnet.com. You can download past performances for every live racing day, and we've got 16 left after today. That means 16 days of free past performances for Canterbury right at brisnet.com. Go there and make money with your mind.
Well, you can do it for free, Brisnet.com, get the info for free. And some nights you can get it on DRF, but every night you can get it from Brisnet. And you can use that not only to make some money race by race, but contests are a great way to get involved with the racing at Canterbury, not just during the live season, but year-round. Captain Contest over here always has something going. And we got a big $40 feeder coming up, which could go even further than that.
Yeah, so the ExpressBet is our official app, ExpressBet and FirstBet official app of Canterbury Park. You can play this contest. It's a $40 feeder. You're making part of your entry fee goes to the prize money. The other part is live money that you bet that you get back if you happen to win. But you can win your way all the way to the NHC, which has, I don't know, $3 million in prize money. We have a customer here, one of our local horse players, who won $200,000 at the NHC this past March. Mm-hmm. That could be you. And it could start right here. Play the feeder, go to your app, find the information, get involved. We also have on-track contests like this Saturday, the Canterbury Park Satellite. It's a $100 entry fee. That will get you into a couple of different contests. Our annual Dog Days contest, which is, I think it's 29th year now. And then also that September 20th contest. So you want to play CanterburyPark.com for all the details. Get information on contests, buy your concert tickets, buy your tacos and tequila tickets. It's all there.
Right, exactly. And you could, even if you don't play Canterbury that often, you're just out here for a night or two, play it tonight and you could start playing some of your favorite tracks for big money in the NHC and some other qualifiers, like you said. Could be a good start in race number 8. You know, we talked about Jason Olmstead, and those are the key ingredients for a winner in quarter horse races. I got 2 of them in an Exacta, just a straight $10 Exacta. 8-7 with bottoms up on the bottom of my top pick, Max Brandon there. We'll talk a little bit more as to why and take a closer look at both of those in the angle a little bit later. But you are the expert in all things quarter horse here. Would you play this? Well, maybe not in a contest, but would you play this bet in general? Because I would.
I love the 8. I don't think the 8 loses. And I would trust you with the 7 as well. I'm not sure that's who I have in the mix, but that's going to be a nice Exacta, and it's Olmstead, and we see that happen fairly often. It's a stone-cold Exacta. If you haven't made enough money already by race 8, that's an opportunity to make even more.
There you go. And if you have made some money along the way, hopefully you have taken a shot at the 10% takeout pick 5, because why not? It's the lowest in the universe. Starts in race number 3. It's a 50-cent minimum wager. You pick the winner of 5 races in a row. You don't have to limit yourself to one option in each race. You can spread out. It'll just make the ticket cost a little bit more, but they pay big. And we take a little bit less off the top, put more back into the payout for the customer. And remember, that starts in race number 3 this evening.
Right. Now, last week, before we go on to this next piece of information, Oracle, who's one of our regular handicappers here, you'll see his picks on the grid before every race. He was live for a monster pick. Well, that was a pick 4, wasn't it, the other day?
Yes.
And that was a pick 4, not the pick 5, which could have paid even more. But he was alive for a monster pick 4 on a relatively small ticket without any gigantic prices. He had one really short price in the mix, and it still was paying huge. Now, he didn't win. Horse made a late run, didn't quite get there. But you can put yourself in a position to make a small wager to win thousands of dollars. And that's what's cool about those types of wagers. So Take a look at them. Make plays.
Right, exactly. And, if you do make a boatload in the pick 5, if you walk away with a truckload of money tonight, you want to give it a shot in horse ownership. The Minnesota Thoroughbred Sale is coming up. That's going to be on Sunday the 24th. If you've never seen a horse sale before, do pretty laid back. It's a nice operation, but it's still very inviting to the newcomer of a sale. If you just want to take a look in there, see how things go, see how horses come through the ring, their pedigrees are read. It's a unique experience, and the Minnesota Sale is coming up very soon. If you want to set aside that Sunday evening, it's a lot of fun. You could be the very next winner of the Oaks, the Derby, anything like that with your own Minnesota bred.
We've seen horses come out of this sale and run really well. We saw some run last week on Minnesota Oaks and Minnesota Derby. Some of the contenders in that race came out of the sale a couple of years ago. We'll see some others throughout the summer here as 2-year-olds run that were purchased last year in the sale. Now, we raced that Sunday, so right after racing, really 45 minutes maybe after the last race ends, the sale starts. So you can just go right there. You're here anyway, and if you haven't been to a sale, it is fun to check it out because it's quite a process. There'll be a little food and drink out there as well. And who knows, you might want to buy yourself a racehorse. There's no reason not to at least give it some thought and check that out. That's the sale. The catalog is online under the Horseman section, and or otherwise you can stop at the bookkeeper's office and pick up a hard copy of that as well. Now you see the horses right now for the opener. They are in the saddling enclosure getting ready. Just so people know, before we go to Kevin Gorg, who do you have in this opening event?
In this opening event, I believe I have the 5 Shirag, and his speed is going to be very effective, I would guess, in this field because speed was so effective last week. We got a little bit more moisture than we have this week. The track has had a chance to dry out, but in general, just this meet, it has been kind to front runners. And with an outside post, I think that he should be able to stay in control or at least stay in a battle. I don't know if anybody is going to really be coming from behind, so I would envision the first being one with a horse who can get into some sort of tussle on the front end and keep on going. It's just been the preferred modus operandi. I have many in this group. Here they come out into the walking ring. And let's see, Kevin, what do you have to say about these equine combatants in the first?
Yeah, thanks, guys. Great job as always. And yeah, I think the outside two with the speed are the way to go. And I'm real impressed that 7-2 is the price on both Chirag and Shutter. Those are the two horses that I kind of locked in on as the two I want to key in my early pick four, which starts here in race one. Let's take a look at Johnny the Mouse Mickelson's tout. He likes Oink. He's a big fan, loves his bacon, and you get Kelsey Haar, on a horse that's rounding into good form. This horse hinted at some good things in that maiden special weight effort on July the 13th, validated that by coming back on July the 30th and beating a maiden group. Now that 40 Beyer speed figures are cut below some of these in here, but the barn, the Bobby Klein barn, going well. The horse is ascending, so you can expect a better number tonight. And with stalking speed, should get a fair trip down inside. Number 2 is JJ's Wildcat. This is a Minnesota bred, one of 2 min breds in this race. The Wildcat was last seen up in Fargo. Maybe Mackie, our ace up here in the press box, can give us a little scouting report. She was recently up in Fargo. And this horse, decent stalking style when right. 1 for 24 is pesky, but 9 for 23 in the money on this Canterbury main track. Number 3, Midnight Royal. This horse trained by Joel Burnt. The Burnt barn starting to really heat up in the second half of the season. If the pace does get hot, this is the most logical closer for me. G-Rod, his jockey, riding with a lot of confidence right now. And 5 and 6 have the potential at some point in this race to lock up. If they would end up expending too much energy dueling, this 3 could be a late problem for a trainer that wins at a high percentage each and every season here at Canterbury. Fans have fallen in love with the 4, Little Trouble. Mac Robertson and Eddie Gallardo, the connections, and off slow last time, troubled trip, a lightly raced horse who's got some upside and some versatility in the running line. So Little Trouble, certainly one of the ones here, but a little too skinny on the tote board for my liking. I think it's one of the outside two. Chirag, probably the most likely winner. This is your morning line favorite. This is the controlling speed. Chip Woolley, the trainer, won a Kentucky Derby. Lots to like about Chirag. If he gets loose here, he's going to be a problem. Looks good, too, in the paddock. Really excellent-looking physical specimen is that 5. But I'm on Shutter. I'm going to try the outside horse. I think this post will give Valdez, the pilot, some options. Second time off the bench, he was running some nice speed figures down in Arizona. Probably uses that turf effort here at Canterbury to get legged up and ready to go. And like the 5, I thought he made a real nice impression down here in the paddock. So the outside 2 are where I'm going to focus my attention. Oink is getting bet. Little Trouble's getting bet. And Midnight Royal could be a sleeper in the late stages. It's a really cool race to start out that pick 4. And if you want to start getting ready for some of the big events on this card, race 3 starts the pick 5. It's that 10% takeout. Our pick 5s have been juicy all season long. Another pick 4 starts in race 4. And, of course, we've got that quarter-horse bonanza with the late double on the back end. It's a beautiful night for racing here in Shakopee. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Good luck with all your wagers. The horses head down the tunnel. Soon they'll be greeted by the best bugler in the nation, Sir Leonard Dykert. It's almost time for the call to the post.
And the runners are approaching the starting gate. A Wednesday at Canterbury Park. Racing is provided by Loeffler, Maker's Mark, Minnesota Lottery, Apple Autos, Tri-State Bobcat, Jim Beam, John Deere, Quick Trip, Anheuser-Busch, and Pepsi. The featured groups we welcome are the John Schuster Group, Cetera Investors, Aon Accenture, Cambria, Avon Plastics, College City Beverage, CoBank, Micho, Cooley, Erickson, Nary of Minnesota, and Agrex. And the runners have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the first of 9. All righty now, welcome. Those of you here in Shakopee, thank you for coming to Canterbury Park. And those taking in the signal nationwide, best of luck here with the first. Chirag and Shutter, each 2-1. Little Trouble, 2.5-1. All right. And they're racing. Perfect start to begin the racing week. And Shutter and Chirag come out fast. Chirag takes the lead. Inside of that, JJ's Wildcat and Oink. Oink, about 3 lengths from the lead to the inside of Little Trouble. Midnight Royal last, but only 6 lengths from the lead. And it's Chirag pulling them into the far turn. Chirag runs away by 1. Shutter in second by 2. Little Trouble in third by 2.5. Midnight Royal is out of last and rolling into third last, but still 8 lengths behind Chirag. Oink also re-engaging. Now it's JJ's Wildcat in last, and they have 3/16 of a mile to travel. Chirag drifts. The inside's open for Little Trouble if good enough. Chirag tired. Up goes Little Trouble, putting big problems on the other 5. Little Trouble runs away from Chirag and Shutter. After that, it's Oink, but it's Little Trouble at 9-5 winning. Unofficially, the first race to number 4, Little Trouble. Second, 5, Chirag. Third, 6, Shutter. And fourth, 1, Oink. Canterbury's first official. Race number 2 is 22 minutes from now. The turf course is firm, and the rail is all the way inside. No scratches or rider changes in a race that comes courtesy of the official vehicle supplier of Canterbury Park, Apple Autos, and Comcast Xfinity. Into the winner's enclosure, Little Trouble and Eduardo Gallardo. The winning trainer, Mac Robertson, and the winning owner, Joy Gora, and Tailored for Gold Stables.
Each week, the Minnesota Horsemen's Benevolent and Protective Association honors a Horseperson of the Week. This week, HBPA President Justin Revac presents that award to Kathleen Aiken. Kathleen's from Chaska, and she developed an interest in horse racing at Canterbury when visiting the races with her family. She always had a love of horses, and for a couple of years, she worked at a horse therapy farm for autistic children. Through a friend, she met racehorse trainer Troy Bethke, and now she's in her first season as a groom, caring for horses like North Arm Bay, Fayette Warrior, and Flatter Me Baby. Troy says that she's reliable, has a positive attitude, and a hard work ethic. Kathleen's eager to expand her knowledge of racehorses and of the industry. She's taking riding lessons at the Bethke farm and aspires to soon begin galloping horses on the track. Her next stop may be Turf Paradise in Arizona, working their winter meet. Congratulations and good luck, Kathleen, the Minnesota HBPA Horseperson of the Week. Brought to you by Luro Boots and Bravi's Mexican Kitchen.
And they're racing. Perfect start to begin the racing week. And Shudder and Sharag come out fast. Sharag takes the lead. Inside of that, JJ's Wildcat and Oink. Oink about 3 lengths from the lead to the inside of Little Trouble. Midnight Royal last, but only 6 lengths from the lead. And it's Sharag pulling them into the far turn. Sharag runs away by 1. Shudder in second by 2. Little Trouble in third by 2.5. Midnight Royal is out of last and rolling into third last, but still 8 lengths behind Sharag. Oink also re-engaging. Now it's JJ's Wildcat in last, and they have 3/16 of a mile to travel. Sharag drifts. The inside's open for Little Trouble if good enough. Sharag tired. Up goes Little Trouble, putting big problems on the other 5. Little Trouble runs away from Sharag and Shudder. After that, it's Oink, but it's Little Trouble at 9-5 winning.
Well, Little Trouble took the late betting action in the lid lifter, and Little Trouble winning that race. So excellent effort. Eduardo Gallardo sitting off the pace and then sneaking down the inside. Welcome to the paddock. My name is Kevin Gorg. I'll be one of your analysts for the evening. Looking forward to a terrific card, 9 races, a couple quarter horse dashes on the back end. Remember, we don't race tomorrow, but we absolutely do race Saturday and Sunday. Saturday we come back at 5 o'clock, and then Sunday, oh, do we have a day for you Sunday? The Corgi dogs are back, and we can't wait to have them. Sunday, Corgis Pepsi Family Day and 1 o'clock. Let's handicap this turf race because, boy, it's small on numbers, but there is a ton of talent in here. And I'm talking, you got some horses in here that can jump up and run against Stakes Company and have before, including the one retired Kathy. She loves the Canterbury turf. She's got great speed. Canterbury Hall of Fame trainer David Van Winkle takes care of her. Pete Matson's here. He's a humdinger. And, of course, Chad Lindsay, as Jeff Madej says, when you get Chad the front, nobody better at Canterbury, according to Mr. Madej, and I think that's what she'll have to do from the inside. She's going to have to be sent, and if she can clear off, I think she's going to be a real handful. Retired Kathy's in good form. She went off last time at 19-1 and beat a really solid group that included Cupid's Crush. I think she's the horse to beat. We'll see if she gets loose. Number 2 is Virtually. Kelsey Haar gets the call for Trevor Rushton. 2 tries on our turf course. Both were good. A win. Both buyer speed figures were in the upper 70s, so do not sleep on the 2. And right now, 11-1 seems a little bit high for me. I like the 3 here. I like Tour Queen. I got Double H, Harry Hernandez in the saddle for Tigerette. Second time off the bench, drops out of the Lady Canterbury where she did all the dirty work early. This is a softer spot. I think she can sit right off retired Kathy and pounce, turning for home. They're taking all the money right now, and I think, on paper you have to kind of agree with what the bettors are seeing. However, Mac Robertson has swept a lot of daily doubles in his career. Maybe the best trainer in the history of our racetrack, and he won race 1, and he's got a live one here in Gypsy Reward. Inside 3 all have early speed, and horse racing's a game of pace. If they all want the front and someone can reap the benefits of that pace scenario, do not sleep on this gorgeous gray, who right now is a square 5-1. She figures to be off the pace. She figures to be rolling late. She's racing 3rd time off the bench, and you will not see any of my tickets without that number 4 on there somewhere. I am very leery of the late steamer. 5 is Scent of Success, the other Mac Robertson horse. She has a little more forward speed, so I don't know. The race scenario to me looks like the pace could be hot. We'll see if she can work out a trip, because when she's at her best, she can win. There's no doubt. Both of Mac's horses look great down here, and they're fully capable of winning this race. So 9-2, a pretty fair number. And then Joe Costa, Paul Allen, and the Track Phantom in unison here. 6 tries on our turf course, 5 for 6 in the top 3 placings for Joe Costa. And like the 4, if the pace is hot, the 6 will be rolling late, and boy, does the 6 look good down here in the walking ring. Small on numbers, huge on opportunities. Race 2 is a terrific optional allowance claimer on the turf. 1 mile the distance. It's a beautiful night for racing. Find your favorite spot, cash some bets. I'm headed to the winner's circle. I'm going to play a game, and you're going to love to watch. This game gives away free money. Oh, we're going to punch that board. We're going to play a little free game in the winner's circle, treasure punch style. I'll be out there momentarily. Right now, the horses head down the tunnel. Soon they get the bugler, and we get the call to the post.
Lynn Dykert, Canterbury Park's bugler. Onto the track, then a firm turf course for the second with no scratches.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, drawing your attention to the winner's circle, it is time to play your favorite game at the racetrack. It's called Treasure Punch. We've got a contestant. Let's meet him. He's a big Cubs fan. We're happy for him. Your name and where you're from?
Evan from Shakopee.
All right, I know you can pack a punch. You're a young guy. You look like a real swashbuckler. So here's how the game works. We've got all kinds of different prizes hidden in here. Somewhere in there's T-shirts, there's novelties, there's daily double packs. There's a $25 chip for the casino, there's scratch-off tickets, and there's a $100 betting voucher. Are you ready to play?
Yes, sir.
All right, let's make the first punch. Let's see what kind of prize you get, and the fans will give us a hand as to what you should do once you make that first punch. Here he comes. Hometown kid from Shakopee looking to make it big at his local racetrack. Evan's eyeing it up. He gets a good punch going. Pull out what you won. Fans, he has won an incredible prize. It is a Canterbury Park bag. You can see it's lovely. Should he hang on to the bag or go for more? Now, the fans are telling you could go for more. If you're happy with that bag, maybe you're attached to that bag, you can.
That doesn't make me happy.
All right, then put it back in the thing. The bag does not make him happy. We are going for punch number 2. He gets 3 tries if he wants them. All right, the punch has been made. Reach in there, grab the prize. Oh, my.
I think I'm going to take this one.
What is it? What is it?
$100 food and beverage credit.
$100 food and beverage. Should he punch again or hang on to that prize? They're mixed, but you're going to hang on? Okay, he's keeping that prize. No matter what happens, I don't care if there's a date for 2 at Mancini's with Sydney Sweeney. This is the prize you get. You cannot switch. Punch again. Let's just see what would have happened if you were bold. Here's what he would have won instead of the, oh my, you made a great choice. The T-shirts are great. Give him a round of applause. He's a big winner. $100 in free money from his friends at Canterbury Park.
Martine's still laughing. Houston!
Moving into the gate, it's post time for the second and the first this week on the turf. Tour Queen, second off the layoff, 4-5. Retired Kathy in search of 2 wins in a row. 2.5 to 1. Jocasta goes in. They're racing. Jocasta was off a couple steps slowly. Retired Kathy outbroke the field. Tour Queen also showing speed. And outside of that, Scent of Success, then it's virtually with 1 lap to go, 4 lengths from the lead. The gray is Gypsy Reward to the inside of Jocasta, who is in search of 2 consecutive wins. They corner Retired Kathy in hand and in command. Retired Kathy at 3-1, scoots around the corner, leading it by 1.5. Tour Queen is in the clear, on the prowl in second, 1.5 away from virtually. Then we come to Scent of Success. Gypsy Reward is looking to split them, 5th and 5 out of it, and about 3.5 clear from Jocasta. 8 1/2 covers them into the far turn, and Retired Kathy is still clear. Retired Kathy 1, Tour Queen virtually to the inside. Outside of that, Scent of Success is circumnavigating into action to the outside of Gypsy Reward as Tour Queen attacks Retired Kathy. Jocasta's 8 lengths rearmost. Around about the quarter pole, Retired Kathy still with plenty in the tank. Retired Kathy from Tour Queen, Gypsy Reward to the outside of virtually, then it's Scent of Success. Retired Kathy leads it. Here comes Gypsy Reward to the outside of Tour Queen. Retired Kathy looking to retire back to the barn, and Tour Queen's looking to rule. Gypsy Reward late. Tour Queen, the people's choice, well timed. Hotel. And the result of the photo shows 3, Tour Queen first, 3-4, 1-6. The second race has gone official. And race number 3 takes us back to a fast main track. No scratches, no rider changes for the 3rd. We're about 20 minutes from it. They'll take off about 6:10. Into the winner's circle comes Tour Queen and Harry Hernandez. The winning owners are A. Jason Hall Stables, Stephen Baker, and Integrity Thoroughbred Racing. And the winning trainer, Ty Garrett. The running time, 1:34.93. Racing. Joe Casta was off a couple steps slowly. Retired Kathy outbroke the field. Tour Queen also showing speed. And outside of that, Scent of Success, then it's virtually with 1 lap to go, 4 lengths from the lead. The gray is Gypsy Reward to the inside of Joe Casta, who is in search of 2 consecutive wins. They corner Retired Kathy in hand and in command. Retired Kathy at 3-1, scoots around the corner, leading it by 1.5. Tour Queen is in the clear, on the prowl in second, 1.5 away from virtually. Then we come to Scent of Success. Gypsy Reward is looking to split them, 5th and 5 out of it, and about 3.5 clear from Joe Casta. 8 1/2 covers them into the far turn, and Retired Kathy is still clear. Retired Kathy 1, Tour Queen virtually to the inside. Outside of that, Scent of Success is circumnavigating into action to the outside of Gypsy Reward as Tour Queen attacks Retired Kathy. Joe Casta's 8 lengths rearmost, around about the quarter pole. Retired Kathy still with plenty in the tank. Retired Kathy from Tour Queen, Gypsy Reward to the outside of virtually, then it's Scent of Success. Retired Kathy leads it. Here comes Gypsy Reward to the outside of Tour Queen. Retired Kathy looking to retire back to the barn, and Tour Queen's looking to rule. Gypsy Reward late. Tour Queen, the people's choice. Well done.
All right, race fans, it's time for the Canterbury Park Pick 5. Excellent sequence tonight. Always the final 5 thoroughbred races on the card. There you see a look at what I have put together for tonight's card. $27 kind of tells the story. I don't think it's going to be a giant payday, but I do think there could be some upsets along the way, including this first leg where the 5 horse is my top pick, but I think the 4 and 6 both have enough talent to make Words of Wisdom work for the money, who likely goes off around odds on. If I can get either the 4 or 6 home here, that'll really up the ticket's value as we progress through the card. In race 4, Turf Sprint, I'm going to use 1, 3, and 7. I like Thunder's Rock and Roll, the 7 on top, who figures to be one of the ones. Race 5 is where the rubber meets the road. I'm going to single Shirley Ann's Girl. Brian Aragoni, who I respect immensely, touted me on the 1, Majestic Vibe, so some of you may want to add the Aragoni Steamer. I've got the race 4-1-5, but I think Shirley Ann's Girl is going to get the job done tonight. Final 2 legs. Race 6, I'm going to use 1, 2, and 7. I've got the 7 on top at 10-1. Lady Ridge Street with Kelsey. I think Kelsey might be loose. And it all comes down to the 7th race. I could have gone 5 or 6 deep. 2-year-olds look like they're very, very evenly matched. A lot of steam on the 9 here. Jeff Bidet bullish on his tout. Tip sheet guy loves the 9. I like the 6. It's my power play tonight. I'm going to get into that here in a few minutes. And I think the 2 Dancing Boots is super sneaky. Second time out for Cody Rosine. 4, 5, 6 with 1, 3, 7 with 4 with 1, 2, 7 with 2 and 6. Just a $27 investment. Play my ticket. Modify my ticket, play your own. The only thing I know for sure is you can't win it if you don't get in it. And now we're going to handicap this big race to crank up the pick 5. Nobody better than Angela Herman. Here she is.
Thank you, Kevin. The pick 5 does start here with an interesting sort of race. If you don't like the heavy favorite right now, last check at 4-5 was Words of Wisdom. He makes a bunch of sense in this group, but sometimes these miles on the dirt, sometimes at this level, you're finding some horses that are really catching their stride at the meet at Canterbury, and they've already now had a few starts to get acclimated to it. Holiday Fantasy is one of those because they've tried some different class levels with him. They've given him a shot on the dirt. He's run on a wet track, and now after a few starts at Canterbury, they've decided that Holiday Fantasy belongs right here. This is going to be the lowest price that he's been in for since they claimed him, and this was the price tag that they took him for in June. Now, he was second that day. He was behind Handsome Harry. Handsome Harry sometimes runs some huge races on the front end at Canterbury. If you lose to him, that's okay. You don't lose a whole bunch in defeat. Holiday Fantasy might just not see, I think, a whole bunch of pace. I mean, there should be some horses that are close to the front. I just don't know how really quick they're going to go. But Holiday Fantasy does definitely show a preference for passing up horses late. And if you are looking for that in this group, he's going to be able to save some ground too. He'll be a pretty square number. There are some definite things to like about the rail horse. It's just in general over the last week, it has not been playing kind to horses that come from as far out of it as he sometimes does. Deflator next door has some speed though, and Deflator has been taking that speed going longer. Most of his early career he had been sprinting, but Deflator keeps himself in the race, and Kelsey Haar knows him quite well. This is a 10-year-old, and he has done a lot of that racing with Kelsey Haar in the saddle. Now Deflator does have one of those career wins at Canterbury, but he's got a lot of seconds. That's why I used him underneath, and usually his speed, again, doesn't give him a lot to do late. We'll just see how much pressure he takes up front. I would imagine that he and Kelsey should be right in the thick of things on the front end, and Deflator at the moment is 6-1. 8-1 is the price you get on Mick George. And Mick George is going to come off the turf course. The last time that he was going 2 turns on our dirt, didn't go so hot, so he was going against a little bit tougher group than this. They'll give him some class relief for today's assignment. Mick George gets Carlo Lopez in the saddle, but he's had a number of riders on him in recent history. Seems everybody gets along with him all right. He is getting a touch warm down here in the paddock. I would like to see Mick George maybe settle down when he gets to the track. It is a warm night, but it's not as hot as it's been. Right now, he is 8-1 on the board. You get 4-1 on Catholic Guilt. Catholic Guilt is another horse that should be in amongst the pace, but last time he wasn't. He was going 7 furlongs. He had a little bit further outside post position, and that almost immediately puts a horse behind. It's okay. 2 of his 5 wins have come at Canterbury, and he usually shows speed, and he likes going a mile. So getting back around those 2 turns, getting a little bit more of an outside position, maybe it'll help him here. I just don't think the Catholic Guild's going to get much different of a trip today that he did that day, and it did not go so hot. And, you know, you get Harry Hernandez in the saddle, that might take him down a little bit lower than where he would be on the board. Catholic Guilt still is going back into some settings that suit him a little bit better than that 7 furlong event seemed to that day. Words of Wisdom is the choice of mine. Kevin's, Paul's, and it looks like a whole lot of people because he is even money on the board. Why wouldn't he be? I mean, last time he so rudely interrupted his winning streak with a race on the turf. It was a fifth. You know, he's just probably not a turf horse. He's 0 for 8 at this point on the grass. It's just probably the spot that came up where they wouldn't have to put him in for a tag, and now he is back in for that claiming tag. Now, he was victorious on July 4th going this level, but he was going 7 furlongs. I don't think going back at a mile will be any problem for this horse. He's hit the board in over half of his starts going a mile, and he makes an extremely nice impression in the paddock. I have to say that again. Words of Wisdom looks great down here in the paddock, and that's what you want to see with your even money favorite. Street Humor on the outside is looking for 2 in a row. Last time he cleared off by a few. Ramon even dropped his whip in the stretch. He didn't even need it. The horse was so well clear. Trying to get 2 in a row on the front end will not be easy with this particular group. You get 3 to 1 on Street Humor. I would expect about that. But Constantino Roman has made a very good partner with him. He gets the outside running, can keep an eye on how things are unfolding to his inside. I just think that he might want to be leading the way, and that will not be an easy position to find. 9 minutes to post for race number 3. A 6-pack heads out to the track, and all of us, except for Jeff Madej, are on board with your current favorite Words of Wisdom. This starts that 10% takeout, 50-cent pick 5. If you don't want to bet on that, but you should, you can do pick 3s, doubles, exactas tries, and 10-cent supers. Now stay tuned, because Kevin Gorg is not done with his studio work. The power play is coming at you next.
And they walk onto the track for the 3rd race with no scratches and race time about 5 minutes from now.
Our good friends at Tri-State Bobcat bring us the power play. We try to isolate on a horse later in the card and make some money. Our win rate's at 50% for the season. We're 16 for 32. We're trying to stay hot. We're going to go to race 7. Number 6, Nancy Shaw. And a couple things stand out to me from the debut. First of all, it was a big field. 9 horses in that race when Pete Matson's homebred debuted. And it was a muddy track. And inside, when our track drains from the outside of the inn is not where you want to be. If you watch the replays from that particular date in late July, outside horses in the 3, 4, and 5 path were dominating. Nancy Shaw was pinned inside. And then you look at Tim Padilla, who's been great all season. He dominates in maiden special weight races at over 20%. Let's go back and watch the replay. As I mentioned, inside part of the track, the heavier part of the track, Nancy Shaw at 7-2 did all of the heavy lifting. Nothing Constantino Roman could do. It was just one of those days where she got out of the gate in good order. There was no room to get over. She was being pressed or hounded the entire way. And even though she gets hooked here turning for home, this is a good-sized field. She is able to hang in there and still run second. Look at the separation from the winner and our horse, Nancy Shaw, back to the rest of the field. And again, keep in mind, she was pinned on the inside the entire time. Better post today, racing experience. I know there's a ton of buzz in that 2-year-old race, but I'm going to go with the known commodity. Pete Matson's here. He's got a winner's circle outfit on. It all adds up to the power play, shooting and scoring. Join me, wouldn't you?
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. It's race time. There into the gate for the third. Holiday Fantasy, 4.5 to 1. Words of Wisdom is favored at 6 to 5. And is moving in with the veteran Deflator. Two back. McGeorge and Street Humor. A 6-pack for the third. They're racing. Street Humor came out giggling to the outside of Words of Wisdom, and Words of Wisdom, prohibitively favored at 4 to 5, is in a pace battle with Street Humor, and they open up 1.5, maybe 2 on the 10-year-old Deflator, who's spry on this sultry Wednesday in Shakopee. 5 lengths behind that, McGeorge to the outside of Holiday Fantasy, and Catholic Guilt is 10 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they travel, race 3, CBY. Words of Wisdom and Danny V a half. Deflator in second, 3.5. Street Humor would now have to win 2 in a row from 5 out of it as Words of Wisdom scoots away by nearly 2. Then we come to Holiday Fantasy beginning to advance to the inside of Street Humor. 5 after that, McGeorge, who's close to 10 out of it, and far clear from Catholic Guilt. They're into the far turn, and Words of Wisdom is on cruise control. Words of Wisdom threatening to run away and hide from them. The 10-year-old Deflator's feeling the heat. After that, Street Humor, Holiday Fantasy swings to the outside for the stretch drive, but is far, far out of it with McGeorge, and they're chasing this tearaway 5. Words of Wisdom threatening to win it with a Winnie, and that lead is 5 on Deflator. Another 5 back to Holiday Fantasy. They're inside the final football field, and the only one scoring the touchdown is Words of Wisdom. 5-2-1 in race 3. Number 5, Words of Wisdom, ran first. It's 5-2-1-3. And we had a claim in race number 3. A claim, stand by. The third race is official. The winner, Words of Wisdom, was claimed. The price tag, $7,500, and winning a two-way shake, trainer Tony Rengstorff for Bold North Racing. Words of Wisdom finds the winner's enclosure with Daniel Vergara. The winning owners, Steve Haar and Wade Rarick. And the winning trainer, Wade Rarick. Race 4 takes us back to the turf course. It's firm. Pick 4 wagering on races 4 through 7. It's only 50 cents. The 4th is courtesy of Jim Beam Bourbon and Busch Light. Racing. Street Humor came out giggling to the outside of Words of Wisdom, and Words of Wisdom, prohibitively favored at 4 to 5, is in a pace battle with Street Humor, and they open up 1.5, maybe 2 on the 10-year-old Deflator, who's spry on this sultry Wednesday in Shakopee. 5 lengths behind that, McGeorge to the outside of Holiday Fantasy, and Catholic Guilt is 10 lengths from the lead. Up the barn side they travel, race 3, CBY, Words of Wisdom and Danny V a half. Deflator in second, 3.5. Street Humor would now have to win 2 in a row from 5 out of it, as Words of Wisdom scoots away by nearly 2. Then we come to Holiday Fantasy beginning to advance to the inside of Street Humor. 5 after that, McGeorge, who's close to 10 out of it, and far clear from Catholic Guilt. They're into the far turn, and Words of Wisdom is on cruise control. Words of Wisdom threatening to run away and hide from them. The 10-year-old Deflator's feeling the heat. After that, Street Humor, Holiday Fantasy swings to the outside for the stretch drive, but is far, far out of it with McGeorge, and they're chasing this tearaway 5. Words of Wisdom threatening to win it with a whinny, and that lead is 5 on Deflator, another 5 back to Holiday Fantasy. They're inside the final football field, and the only one scoring the touchdown is Words of Wisdom. 5-2-1 in race 3.
Welcome back to a very crowded paddock. We get set now for race 4. A pick 4 available starting right here. The pick 5 starts out with a very heavy favorite, so everybody that played the pick 5 likely still alive. We'll see if we can get an upset along the way to keep that price coming up on what that pick 5 could pay out, but a very formful beginning. This is a turf sprint, another one of those fields where it's small on stature. It's not a giant field. But there are horses in this race you can make a case for. Let's start with one of them. Inside, it's Extreme Diva. She's raced 13 times. She's got 5 wins from those 13 starts, and she has good turf figures. She likes to sit a little bit off the pace. You can see her on the television monitor right now. She's a very robust looking 4-year-old filly, and it's Mac Robertson, man. Best trainer in the history of our racetrack. This guy won a race earlier tonight. Third off the layoff. There figures to be some speed in here, including the favorite, but not just the favorite, a horse like the 6 Feather in the Wind. So the pace is going to be hot. The 1's going to be off the pace. I would expect the 1 to be able to make some late noise here, and the fans are betting it down too. 3-1 morning line, bet down to 2-1. Number 2 is Asina. Good to see Valerie Lund back out here in the paddock. Her barn's been going very well lately, and Asina is a classy horse. She's banked over $200,000 from just 25 starts. Now, most of her biggest efforts have been on the dirt, so I find it interesting that a sharp trainer like Miss Lund puts Asina back on the turf. She's got bloodlines for it. She's got some natural speed, so off the hot trainer, maybe you mix this horse into your exotics at that number of 22-1. I think the best value right now on the board might be the 3 Yamils. This is a very sneaky horse here for David Miller. She's sharp right now. Mr. Miller thought enough of her to ship down to Chicago and try a $100,000 stakes race last time. When we last saw her on our turf course, she was running second to Go Leanne Go. She likes to sit off the pace. As I mentioned earlier, the pace is going to be honest. If you're going to try to beat the 7, I think the 3 might be your best option, and she's a nice price, too. She's 5-1. Number 4 is Grace Darlin, the Irish-bred horse. Alonzo Quinones for Joel Burnt. Joel Burnt and that outfit wins between 20 and 30% every year at Canterbury. You can trust that barn. The horse has good natural speed. She's racing third time off a layoff as well. 5 is First Love, Jermaine Bridgemahan, an excellent turf rider. She's got speed. Tanner Tracy, the trainer. Tanner ships this horse up from Iowa, and they don't have any turf at Prairie Meadows, so they're here specifically to run on our beautiful grass course. The X factor in this race is the 6, Feather in the Wind. She is so fast early. She'll make life difficult for the front markers. I don't know if she's good enough to clear off and win, but I do know this. She'll be heard from in this race. In fact, I think she'll be the target to catch when they turn for home. So she's the X factor. And outside, man, I got to tell you, what a training job by Wade Rarick. A really good-looking racehorse here in Thunder's Rock and Roll. She's been a proven frontrunner, but last time when she was chasing Feather in the Wind, she sat off, she relaxed, and she pounced. It was a great ride by Fausto da Silva, who's one of our more patient riders at the track, and she looks the picture here. The outside post will give her trip options. The key to me will be how quick can she dispose of the front markers and get to the lead, because both the 1 and 3 figure to be making some serious late noise when they turn down the stretch. Who do you like? Everybody out here thinks Thunder's Rock and Roll is going to thunder away 5 furlongs. A nice race worth $25,000. They've left the paddock. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
The call to the post brings them onto the racetrack for the 4th Off to a firm turf course with pick 4 wagering on races 4 through 7.
Thoroughbred action is still going on, but the angle will be for quarter horses. That's right, we'll end our night with a couple of quarter horse races, and we'll take a closer look at the 8th. My top pick is Max Brand, but there's more to this angle than that, because we're going to try for an Exacta. Now, at first, you go to drf.com. All you got to do is click on Handicapping and Past Performances, click the date that you want, and you can open up to any race you like and take a closer look. In the 8th race, though, I'm looking at number 8, Max Brand. Max Brand started here a couple of times. He's run very well in a couple of those races, a second and a third thus far in the maiden ranks. And you can see Max Brand has only run those 3 times right down here. Once at 350 right in the middle, and that's the race that we're going to look at because they're going 330 tonight, and that was his debut. So, with this horse and his history in mind, not just going to take a look at him, going to take a look at his stablemate, Bottoms Up, as well. Now, these two are drawn close together in the gate, and I wanted to use these two in an Exacta because Max Brand has been running pretty well recently, like I mentioned, a second and a third. Bottoms Up needs to turn things around a bit. He's run 4 times, has yet to hit the board, but he's going to be a bigger price as a result. Now, looking back at Max Brand, that's the July 2nd. Well, we're going to watch the July 2nd race, but they are both trained by Jason Olmstead. They're both in this race, and that's why we're going to use both of them. This is his last race, that being Max Brand. It was pretty good. Even though he didn't break the sharpest, one famous candidate just to his outside gets the jump on him, and sometimes that can be intimidating for 2-year-olds. But he doesn't just back out of it. He doesn't call it a day. He keeps coming back at the winner, and eventually he gets himself into the Exacta. Another race like this should prove victory for him at a short price. And not just Max Brand on top. Go for that 8-7 in Exacta. That's an angle.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. It's race time. Into the gate for the 4th. Thunder's Rock and Roll, Even Money, and Favored. Extreme Diva, the second choice in the win wagering, 3-1. Yamalays, 4-1. 4 of them in. Here is Yamalays, Feather in the Wind, and Thunder's Rock and Roll. Mare goes in, ready. And they're racing. Extreme Diva stumbled right down to her nose shortly after the gates pop. Recovered okay, though. Meanwhile, Feather in the Wind, like the wind, pops out of the gate and shows speed. But that lead of 2 has been usurped by First Love. And First Love puts the head in front to the inside of Thunder's Rock and Roll. After that, a recovering Extreme Diva. Ooh, bad night for Extreme Diva. Just checked and lost 2. Cena at a big price is 5 out of it, and they're chasing First Love, and First Love kicks away by 2. Feather in the Wind right behind her. Thunder's Rock and Roll biding the time. Outside of that is Cena, even farther out, Yamalays, and then we come to Grace Darling. They're into the final 150. First Love fully extended. Outside of that, Thunder's Rock and Roll. Here comes Yamalays, but Thunder's Rock and Roll got the jump on her and wins. Number 7, Thunder's Rock and Roll in 56.16. Photography for the rest. The numbers, 7, 3, 5-1. Thunder's Rock and Roll, Yamalays, First Love, Extreme Diva, the top 4. The fourth race has gone official. The first pick for this evening, $13.15. Race 5 is about 20 minutes from now, and we are back to the fast main track for the fifth race. No scratches, no rider changes in our fifth, which is courtesy of Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park, and John Deere. That's 2 in a row for Thunder's Rock and Roll into the winner's enclosure. The winning owner is Bob Lindgren. The winning trainer, Wade Rarick. 2 in a row for Team Rarick. And the winning rider, Fausto de Silva. Thunder's Rock and Roll is a 5-year-old bay mare by McLean's Music from the Thunder Gulch mare, Thunder and Honey. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner, Bob Lindgren. Racing. Extreme Diva stumbled right down to her nose shortly after the gates pop. Recovered okay, though. Meanwhile, Feather in the Wind, like the wind, pops out of the gate and shows speed, but that lead of 2 has been usurped by First Love, and First Love puts the head in front to the inside of Thunder's Rock and Roll. After that, a recovering Extreme Diva. Ooh, bad night for Extreme Diva. Just checked and lost 2. Cena at a big price is 5 out of it, and they're chasing First Love, and First Love kicks away by 2. Feather in the Wind right behind her. Thunder's Rock and Roll biding the time. Outside of that is Asina, even farther out, Yamalays, and then we come to Grace Darling. They're into the final 150. First Love fully extended. Outside of that, Thunder's Rock and Roll. Here comes Yamalays, but Thunder's Rock and Roll got the jump on her and wins. Mile to travel, Chirag drifts. The inside's open for Little Trouble. If good enough, Chirag tired. Up goes Little Trouble, putting big problems on the other 5. Little Trouble runs away from Chirag and Shudder. After that, it's Oink, but it's Little Trouble at 9-5, winning. In the tank, Retired Kathy from Tour Queen, Gypsy Reward to the outside of Virtually, then it's Scent of Success. Retired Kathy leads it. Here comes Gypsy Reward to the outside of Tour Queen. Retired Kathy looking to retire back to the barn, and Tour Queen's looking to rule. Gypsy Reward late, Tour Queen, the people's choice. Well, far out of it with McGeorge, and they're chasing this tearaway 5. Words of Wisdom threatening to win it with a Winnie, and that lead is 5 on Deflator, another 5 back to Holiday Fantasy. They're inside the final football field, and the only one scoring the touchdown is Words of Wisdom. 5-2-1 in race 3. By 2, Feather in the Wind right behind her. Thunder's Rock and Roll biding the time. Outside of that is Asina, even farther out, Yamalays, and then we come to Grace Darling. They're into the final 150. First Love fully extended. Outside of that, Thunder's Rock and Roll. Here comes Yamalays, but Thunder's Rock and Roll got the jump on her and wins.
Thunder's Rock and Roll remains one of the sharpest horses at the track. She's firing on the dirt. She's firing on the turf. And she's a really, really nice Minnesota bred who's earned well over $300,000 now in her career. Very chalky beginning to the card here. We've still got 5 more big races, including a couple quarter horse dashes. If the pick 5 is going to pay, we're going to need an upset here at some point. Maybe this is the race. These are youngsters. These are 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds looking for their first win. When you hear me talk about a maiden race, it's horses that are looking for their very first career victory. And some of these horses have never raced, including the inside 2 horses who are making their racing debut. Number 1 is Majestic Vibes. She's the granddaughter of the great Thunder Gulch, who won the Kentucky Derby some 30 years ago. And listen, she's got the bloodlines to be a real runner. She's got good workouts. But one thing that I really worry about is when a horse is making their debut and has to break from the inside post, when they pop out of that gate, those horses are trying to show speed and get over. And a lot of these horses haven't raced. They haven't had dirt kicked in their face. If she can show speed out of the gate, she could be a real good thing. And I know she's taking a ton of early money. I got a text from a dear friend of mine, Brian Aragoni, who's the track analyst down at Horseshoe, Indianapolis. He's bullish on this horse, and he's a great bloodlines mind. But inside post, I'm going to take a stand. I'm going to try to find another winner, but I respect the handicappers that do like Majestic Vibes, who comes out here looking good in the walking ring. The other horse debuting is right behind her, and boy, she's bouncing along on her toes. This is Wish Upon a Flame. Bobby Kleinsbarn's been going real well. Erica Murray gets the call. So how do you read this? Erica's an excellent rider, but you know that Kelsey Haar rides first call for the barn, and Kelsey's on the other Bobby Klein, who is the 5. I love the way the 2 looks. Pretty white face, braided mane, mouse down here to cheer both these Bobby Klein horses on. As predictable as the day is long. Interesting race. We'll see what Wish Upon a Flame does at 8-1. Lil Sassy Jones is the 3. Jada Bowers gets the call for Tony Rengsdorf. Hadn't been seen for a long time, almost a 2-year layoff. Came back last time and probably needed the race. Should be more fit, looks decent down here in the walking ring. I like the 4 here. I like this horse a lot. Boy, she looks good too. She's real thick and muscular. That's Shirley Ann's Girl. She looks like a horse sitting on a win. When you look at maiden winners, it normally takes these horses a couple of starts to figure it out. She ran a bang-up race last time. Did all the dirty work on the front end, got a little tired late. I like the move by Wade Rarick to cut back from 6 furlongs back to 5.5. I think she busts out of the gate. She gets the lead, and her race experience, I think, will matter. She was a price when I got down here. That price is slowly melting away. She's now 9-5. 5 is Exquisite Candy. I mentioned that Bobby Klein's got 2 horses. This is where his go-to rider shows up. This is Kelsey Haar's mount. This is a horse that's super sneaky here because last time didn't fire, but it looked like a race where she needed it. She hadn't been seen in a couple of months, and I think she got something out of that race. Paul Allen touts this horse as his top pick, and I can see it at 4-1. Number 6 is Robin Red. Valdez gets the call for Rushton. Couple of starts outstate, back to Minnesota we go. We'll see how that matches up as far as the form goes, and people are betting a little bit here too, but nowhere near the morning line set by a professional, which was set at 5-2. Right now you're getting 7-1 on Robin Red. Maiden, $7,500 the tag, 5.5 furlongs the bill of fare. I'm on Shirley Ann's Girl. Who do you like? It's a pivotal race in the pick 5 and the pick 4. They're leaving the paddock. They'll be at the gate inside 9 minutes. Up next, though, it's Sir Leonard Dykert with that call to the post. Enjoy race number 5 right out here at beautiful Canterbury Park.
He's Sir Leonard Dykert, and he brings them onto the track for race number 5. No scratches, 5 minutes.
Happy Wednesday from the winner's circle. Before we get to this next race, we want to talk a little bit about tacos and tequila because that is coming on Saturday, and I have a lucky contestant off to my left that's potentially going to win a couple of tickets to that event. Tell me, who are you? Where are you from? And are you a fan of tacos? I hope.
I'm Jolyn. I'm from Apple Valley. My husband Jay and I are huge fans of tacos. Today's his birthday, so we're out here at the track and hoping we're going to get lucky somehow.
Well, happy birthday to him. This would make an excellent gift. What we're going to do is play categories. So it's going to be you versus our track announcer, Paul Allen. Whoever can name the most taco toppings in 15 seconds is going to win. If he wins, he doesn't get much. So I'm counting on you to win and get a couple of tickets on Saturday. It'd make a heck of a birthday present. Are you ready?
I am ready.
15 seconds on the clock. All right. Name taco toppings and go.
Lettuce, tomatoes, cheese, sour cream, black beans, pinto beans, tortilla strips, jalapenos, hot sauce, tomatoes, guacamole.
Okay, that's time. How many did we get? 11. Good luck, Pablo. Well, let's see how many he got. We're going to take a look at the screen along with everybody else and see how you fared. There you go. Sorry, Paul. You guys are going to go to tacos and tequila. Congratulations.
Thank you. It was fun.
All right. You put that knowledge to great use. Your new favorite taco spot is going to be Canterbury Park. Well done.
Thank you.
All right. You want to join her at Tacos and Tequila and check it out for yourself? Limited tickets left at CanterburyPark.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, a scratch in race 6. Race 6 being announced for the first time. Race number 6, scratch number 7, Lady Ridge Street. That's in race number 6, scratch number 7, Lady Ridge Street. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Shirley Ann's Girl, favored. Majestic Vibes, one of 2 firsters. The other, Wish Upon a Flame, moving in. Stablemate Exquisite Candy goes in, 3-1. The favored Shirley Ann's Girl in, joined by Lil Sassy Jones. Robin Red, last in line. Racing. Majestic Vibes was off terribly and pinches back to last. Meanwhile, Shirley Ann's Girl puts 2 on the field early. Exquisite Candy takes up the running in second to the inside of Robin Red. And said trio has gone 7 lengths clear from Lil Sassy Jones. After that, firster Wish Upon a Flame. And Majestic Vibes is recovering and running on 12 lengths out of it, chasing the favored filly. Shirley Ann's Girl cruises along with a 2-length lead. Exquisite Candy trying to cut into that margin with a quarter of a mile to go. After that, Robin Red. Then it's Wish Upon a Flame, who's about to flicker out. Majestic Vibes is second last. Lil Sassy Jones can see them all. Exquisite Candy, sweet to the outside of Shirley Ann's Girl. Inside the final furlong, Exquisite Candy, Shirley Ann's Girl were locked in battle, but Exquisite Candy puts her away in 3 strides and is gone. Nice performance by the filly, Exquisite Candy. It's number 5, Exquisite Candy first. 5, 4, 1, 2, unofficially. And the 5th race goes official. Exacta $8.80. Trifecta paid nearly $10. Pick 3, $18 from race 3. Superfecta nearly $5. Race number 6 is 22 minutes from now. Turf course firm. Scratch numbers 6, Kentucky Starlet, and 7, Lady Ridge Street. This one is provided by Kim Crawford Wines, Hormel, and Tri-State Bobcat. Into the winner's circle, Exquisite Candy and Kelsey Haar. It's a double play for Robert Klein, the winning owner and trainer of the victorious Exquisite Candy. one. Majestic Vibes was off terribly and pinches back to last. Meanwhile, Shirley Ann's Girl puts 2 on the field early. Exquisite Candy takes up the running in second to the inside of Robin Red. And Said Trio has gone 7 lengths clear from Lil Sassy Jones. After that, Firster Wish Upon a Flame, and Majestic Vibes is recovering and running on 12 lengths out of it, chasing the favored filly. Shirley Ann's Girl cruises along with a 2-length lead. Exquisite Candy trying to cut into that margin with a quarter of a mile to go. After that, Robin Red, then it's Wish Upon a Flame who's about to flicker out. Majestic Vibes is second last. Lil Sassy Jones can see them all. Exquisite Candy, sweet to the outside of Shirley Ann's Girl. Inside the final furlong, Exquisite Candy, Shirley Ann's Girl were locked in battle, but Exquisite Candy puts her away in 3 strides and is gone. Nice performance by the filly, Exquisite Candy.
7 scratching here in this race. It really changes the pace of the race. That was my top pick, so I do not have the 7 anymore, Lady Ridge Street, the front marker who I thought could be loose. I scratch into the 2. I think the inside 2 are going to be tough, no doubt about it. 5's a good-looking gray. Couple of announcements, though, for the weekend at hand. Saturday is tacos and tequila, one of our more popular events. Head to CanterburyPark.com. Come out, enjoy some wonderful tacos and some of the finest tequila in North America. Saturday, 5 o'clock. Sunday is the Corgi Day, 1 o'clock for Pepsi Family Day. And here we go, small field here, just 5 horses looking to get their first career victory, looking to break the maiden. Here comes Extreme Racing Stables' Zen Dreams for Mac Robertson, and the Q takes the saddle. Zen Dreams has been knocking at that door, man. She's been right there against similar, a close 4th, a close 3rd, 3rd time off the layoff. They've got the owners here, big group waiting to celebrate. We'll see if Zen Dreams can finally break on through to the other side. I'm on the 2 now via the scratch. I've got Miracle Minded, Double H, Harry Hernandez. Interesting that Harry gets off the 1 to ride the 2. I think that's a very, very strong handicapping angle. This horse last time out was right there against Bayou Candy. That was way back on July the 3rd, so they've given this horse ample time to recover. A nice workout back on August the 3rd. It looks like graduation time on paper to me. Number 3 is Misclassified, Vergara for Kelly Von Hemel, in from Iowa. And now that the 7 has scratched, she might find herself on the front. She's got some good early speed. The turf is a question mark. She's never been on the grass. But when I see a horse ship in from Iowa, they don't have a turf course there. They probably came specifically to see what this horse can do on the lawn. If the 3 can get loose, maybe she can throw a little long shot into the mix. Right now, she's taking action, too. She's 5-1. 4 is making her racing debut. Her name is Maywood Honor for the Fuentes gang. Roman gets the call. The bloodlines are decent. The workouts are solid. Very hard to win, though, at a longer distance first time out. And never sleep on a gray. Look at that gorgeous gray, Cava. Jermaine Bridgemahan gets the call for Brucey Reekin. She's got a nice touch of speed. I don't think they'll mind the scratch of the 7 with this horse. And again, another horse that figures to be very prominent in the early stages. Only 5 horses. It should be easy, right? It's never easy at the racetrack. You got to make up your mind. You got to put your money where your mind is. A maiden race, someone's going to get their first career victory. 1 mile on the turf. The fillies and mares are ready to battle. They'll be at the gate in around 8, and then they're going to get it on.
Here they come for race number 6, heading to a firm turf course. Sands, numbers 6 and 7, who are scratched. It's race time into the gate for race number 6, and they battle on the turf. Kava, last in line. Here they come. And they're racing. And Miracle Minded came out of the gate nicely, but so did Maywood Honor. And Maywood Honor dazzling with 1 lap to go and at a fat price. Right behind that one, Misclassified. Then it's about 3-4 lengths back to Miracle Minded, who broke beautifully but now is 8 lengths from the lead and overtaken by the white horse Kava. Outside of that is Zen Dreams, and they're covered by 9 with Maywood Honor going quickly around that turn. Maywood Honor by 3 on the 3. Misclassified also 3 clear from Zen Dreams. And now they settle into their positions. It's 4-3-1-5-2, and they're chasing Maywood Honor. The rider has the patriotic colors and a 4-length lead. After that, we have Kava, now about 4 or 5 lengths out of it, beginning to close in as the long shot is slowing down a tad. Zen Dreams pushed on 4 out of it, and to the outside of Miracle Minded. All of a sudden, the 5 are sardined by 4, still chasing the price. Maywood Honor still keeping the neck in front and is challenged by Misclassified to the outside. After that, we come back to Miracle Minded from the back of the pack, looking to swing into action to the outside of Zen Dreams. Maywood Honor is doing the moonwalk. Up goes Misclassified, and the white horse Kava means business to the outside with Zen Dreams and Miracle Minded. It's Misclassified at 3-1, too good. Misclassified grinds out a victory. Race number 6 goes official. 3-5-2-1. So we're on to the 7th race now, and back to a fast main track. No scratches, no rider changes. To the gate, 22 minutes from now. Entering the winner's enclosure, Misclassified and Daniel Vergara. Couple of victories tonight for DV. The winning owners, Blue Diamond Racing, and the winning trainer, Kelly Von Hiemel. And they're racing. And Miracle Minded came out of the gate nicely, but so did Maywood Honor. And Maywood Honor dazzling with 1 lap to go and at a fat price. Right behind that one, Misclassified. Then it's about 3-4 lengths back to Miracle Minded, who broke beautifully but now is 8 lengths from the lead and overtaken by the white horse Kava. Outside of that is Zen Dreams, and they're covered by 9 with Maywood Honor going quickly around that turn. Maywood Honor by 3 on the 3. Misclassified also 3 clear from Zen Dreams. And now they settle into their positions. It's 4, 3, 1, 5, 2, and they're chasing Maywood Honor. The rider has the patriotic colors and a 4-length lead. After that, we have Kava, now about 4 or 5 lengths out of it, beginning to close in as the long shot is slowing down a tad. Zen Dreams pushed on 4 out of it, and to the outside of Miracle Minded. All of a sudden, the 5 are sardined by 4, still chasing the price. Maywood Honor still keeping the neck in front and is challenged by Misclassified to the outside. After that, we come back to Miracle Minded from the back of the pack, looking to swing into action to the outside of Zen Dreams. Maywood Honor is doing the moonwalk. Up goes Misclassified, and the white horse Kava means business to the outside with Zen Dreams and Miracle Minded. It's Misclassified at 3-1, too good. Misclassified grinds out a victory.
Kevin Gorg along with Angela Herman to take you through maybe the best betting race on the card by far. The 2-year-old babies, Ange, Minnesota bred action, 5.5 furlongs, and this is an exciting time. Future of our racing, also horses that might be pointing to bigger races down the road here.
Well, right, and this is getting to be sort of last chance time for Breaking One's maiden before the Northern Lights debutante comes around. Of course, you don't have to be a winner to be in that race, but it certainly helps to give yourself an idea of what the competition's going to be. So let's go through this field. We don't have any scratches in the field of 10. They're already out here in the walking ring. Tap to go on the inside, start number 2. It's going to be start number 2 for a lot of them, and a whole bunch of them raced behind Incredulous last time. Tell us more about the 1.
I don't like the post, first and foremost, especially when you consider she didn't show a lot of speed on debut. So I'm going to take a wait and see. She is a good-looking horse. I'm intrigued by the 2. 10 out of 20 for the last 20 times that this trainer has gone second time out with maidens. I think the 2 is sneaky. How about you?
I definitely think that Dancing Boots can show a lot more than she did last time. And I wanted to see her down here because both of Cody Rosine's 2-year-olds were a little riled up last time. Her especially, and she's definitely behaving a lot better tonight for start number 2. Now the 3 Heavenly Destinies, I have to Heavenly Conveyance, Heavenly Gazebo, and this one is the daughter of Anchored Down. There's a couple of gateworks recently, but the last one was a lot better than the first one. 35-1. Your thoughts?
Well, Tranquilino has popped at a big price before, so not on my radar, but I would not be shocked. The 4 is Rhythm Ready, Ange. Erica Murray gets the call for Gary Shear. They just won a big stakes race here last week. I thought she learned something on debut. Looked like a horse that could get better.
She's a nice little filly. You can see her walking behind us right now. She is one of 2 from the Gary Shearer camp, and this one ran pretty evenly last time around. It was in the mud, though. That is the one kind of asterisk with a lot of these on the Incredulous race. If they didn't like the mud, they do get a very fast track today. Maybe she will improve on that. Kate Skate right next door, also a second-time starter. She was the favorite in that Incredulous race. She didn't pick up her feet much from the back, but you would think that maybe today she could get going a little bit earlier. I thought maybe more distance, maybe even turf might be in her future.
I don't know, but it's good to see Double H stay on a race like that where she took all that money and didn't really make an impression on the race. Very encouraging that Harry stays. We both like Nancy Shaw. I mean, I watched the replay of that race a couple times. She was on the wrong part of the track, and she just ran phenomenal.
Yeah, she looked good that day. She did everything exactly right except win. You know, Incredulous beat her that day, but she took money. She showed speed. She was overtaken by a nice horse. That's okay. I mean, start number 2, if she runs anything like that, she is going to be double tough to run down.
One more Rose. Mousy already caught Kelsey once. He'll try to go back to the window here for Vic Hansen. Vic has always been so good with younger horses. And let's talk about Give Me a Cookie, because Nick Goodwin, every horse he sends out lately, whether it's here or Ellis Park, seems to run.
Oh, and that was a good race. Summer Winter won that day. The field's pretty strung out by the end of it, but Give Me a Cookie was picking up horses at the end of that. That's not always an easy task for 2-year-olds, but Give Me a Cookie handled it like a pro. Now, 8-1 is the price that you get on Hey Y'all, but plenty of chatter maybe about Hey Y'all, and she was a purchase as a 2-year-old in training. That is sometimes a leg up for some of these first-time starters. She's already been well acquainted with some of the things she's asked to do today.
I just love those Valine Silks, man. One of my all-time favorites here at Canterbury. I think she can run. There's a lot of chatter that she's a special one. We'll see how she does it. I knew the 10 was going to get overlooked. We just talked about this upstairs. I think Flatter Me Billy, if you're going to build a trifecta or superfecta, fits, and this price is ridiculous.
She gets out and run a little bit early, but she does come late, and Leslie Mowing has been aboard her for her first 2 starts, and the fact that she has 2 starts gives her a big edge. If they are dueling up front, and there should be some speedy fillies fighting it out on the front end, Flatter Me Billy will be coming late.
Look at the lone wolf, Jeff Madej on the steamer. Oh, he's so crafty. Look at him up on that board up there. Hey, 2-year-olds here, bred in Minnesota. This is a really cool race. 5.5 furlongs. It's race number 7. It's the final thoroughbred race of the night coming up and coming at you next.
Here come the 2-year-olds for race number 7 to the gate in 5 minutes. Good evening, and let's take you inside the life of the Chaser. You know, the Chaser really likes some Crown Royal and R&B music as the Chaser is losing, and one of his particular favorites is an oldie but always a goodie by Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell called It Takes Two, which leads us to the old Exacta tricks, because it takes two. So let's do it this way. Let's do a couple of, the Chaser's going to fire 50 into this race, don't at me. A couple of $20 Exacta bets, 6 with 4 and 7. And then we're going to back that thing up, you know, just in case Nancy Shaw gets caught in like one of her horseshoes and she runs second. We're going to go 4, 7 with 6. Because it takes two to make this dream come true. You want a dream to come true? Here comes some T-shirts into the CBY crowd. The 2-year-olds are approaching the starting gate. And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the Carlisle Got Comfortable Classic. Nancy Shaw, even money. Hey Y'all, 5-1. Second win wagering choice as they move in line. Tap to go, in. Dancing Boots with the shades, in. Nancy Shaw, 4-5 in favored. One more Rose, debuts. Like Heavenly Destiny, who goes in. And Hey Y'all, rhythm ready, 15-1. Give me a cookie, 22-1. Kate Skate to enter the center. Rhythm ready. Slow to load.
Hold on. We are so not okay. Hold on. We have video. Okay. We are like
Kate Skate right next to the now 3-5 favorite, Nancy's Shaw. Still trying to get the Guggesberg filly in. Two back. Hey, y'all. One out. Flatter Me Billy. Last in line. Nancy Shaw. 1-2. Flatter Me Billy. Flatter Me Billy. They team up on the filly. Flatter Me Billy. Here come the baby girls. And they're racing. Heavenly Destiny, didn't know much about it. Debuts in last. The gray on the inside. Tap to go. Has the accelerator tapped and tap to go. Grabs the lead. AC Deucey early. Dancing Boots with those shades has speed. Then we come back to Nancy Shaw. The favorite tracks 3 lengths from the lead in third. And outside of that is Hey Y'all. The firster is wide. And to the outside of Kate Skate, who's to the inside of firster. One more Rose. Then about 3 lengths back to Rhythm Ready, who is 7-8 lengths behind Tap to Go and overtaken by Flatter Me Billy. After that, that, it's Gimme a Cookie. And the one in last is Heavenly Destiny, 15 out of it. They head for the money and come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Tap to Go to the inside, still leads it at 50-1. Tap to Go is 50-1. Nancy Shaw, the favorite, trying to get by this 50-1 shot. Outside of that is Hey Y'all. Nancy Shaw from Hey Y'all. And between runners, Flatter Me Billy is surging late. Flatter Me Billy, Nancy Shaw. Ooh! Flatter Me Billy at 9-1 may have tipped that favorite right at the wire. Photo finish, and it's tight. We have an answer. Result of the photo shows the winner is number 10, Flatter Me Billy. Nancy Shaw, second. Hey Y'all, third. Kate Skate, fourth. 10, 6, 9, 5, in 106.66. Inquiry, stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, the Steward's inquiry does involve the winner, number 10, Flatter Me Billy. Flatter Me Billy and the 9, Hey Y'all, under scrutiny. So 10-6-9-5 is unofficial. Stand by. All right, the video you see on TV monitors and the big screen in the infield is what the track referees, the stewards, are looking at. The two in question here are farthest left on the screen. The eventual winner, Flatter Me Billy, has a rider with a purple helmet cover, and the one with the teal helmet cover outside is 9, Hey Y'all. So the stewards have hung the inquiry sign to determine what, if anything, happened between the 10 and the 9, and if in any way it cost Hey Y'all a better placing. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, there will be no change to the final order of finish. In the estimation of our track referees, the stewards, as you see right here, while the 10 and the 9 were in tight quarters, the most significant part of the action took place right at the finish line. So therefore, number 9, Hey Y'all, was not cost a better placing. 10-6-9-5, soon to be official. The 7th is official. Exacta $19, trifecta 26 and change, superfecta 35 and change. The pick 5, $794.30. The pick 4, $457.90. The 8th race commences Dr. Dan's late double, scratch number 1 from race 8. They'll be to the gate about 19 minutes from now. Race 8 and double wagering on the 8th and 9th coming up at about 8:40. Baby girls, and they're racing. Heavenly Destiny, didn't know much about it, debuts in last. The gray on the inside, Tap to Go, has the accelerator tapped and Tap to Go grabs the lead. AC Doocy early, Dancing Boots with those shades has speed. Then we come back to Nancy Shaw. The favorite tracks 3 lengths from the lead in third, and outside of that is Hey Y'all, the firster is wide, and to the outside of Kate Skate, who's to the inside of firster, 1 more rows. Then about 3 lengths back to Rhythm Ready, who is 7-8 lengths behind Tap to Go and overtaken by Flatter Me Billy. After that, it's Gimme a Cookie, and the one in last is Heavenly Destiny, 15 out of it. They head for the money and come charging down the Canterbury Park stretch. Tap to Go to the inside, still leads it at 50-1. Tap to Go is 50-1. Nancy Shaw, the favorite, trying to get by this 50-1 shot. Outside of that is Hey Y'all. Nancy Shaw from Hey Y'all, and between runners, Flatter Me Billy is surging late. Flatter Me Billy, Nancy Shaw. Ooh! Flatter Me Billy at 9-1 may have tipped that.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman, as the horses are out in the walking rink. Quarter horse double time now, Ange. We scratched the 1. We are left with a field of 8, and we were just talking before we started the program here that quarter horse maidens, yes, you can expect some crazy things to happen. We're both on the 8 here, but neither one of us would be surprised if there was a long shot that prevailed, because none of these horses look like a stone cold cinch.
No, and with maiden quarter horses, especially the 2-year-olds, you just don't have much to go on, and a lot can change in their young careers as they develop into racehorses. But No Painted Desert is where we're going to start because she inherits the rail. She just ran green last time. Didn't break very well, didn't do any running from there. I'm willing to dismiss that one, but she being on the rail for start number 2 does not throw me from that. But, I mean, if we're hot for Kevin, hot's Kevin right next door. Has been knocking on the door in her 3 starts. She's currently 9-2. That's not bad. Where do you use this filly as far as the wagering? Because you pick her 3rd, but how do you bet her?
Well, if she's going to end up around 5-1, I can use her in my trifecta box, and if she wins, trifecta is probably going to pay a lot more than it would have. But looking at the morning line, she fits. I mean, she's been right there. She was right there with Max Brand last time out. So I think the value right now on the board, because she's 9-2. We'll see if those odds hold up. I didn't know what to do with the 4. I'm going to take a wait and see approach, but it is Chip Woolley, and it's always fun to see him with a quarter horse.
It's interesting to see him with this quarter horse, and now Laren DeLorme is going to ride it. There's a lot of bumping and squeezing last time in that race, that maiden 16,000 at the end of July. Some horses had some really bad trips, some were more fortuitous, but Max Brand did beat this one pretty handily. So Cyber Finale next door is where we move next. He was also in that aforementioned Dangerous 1 race. Got a little bit better break, but just sort of leveled out at the end of things. Jessa will take back over in the saddle. And, you know, if you think that he gets a better trip, he makes just as much sense as anybody. But kind of looks like the 3 filly where we're getting close, just not exactly figuring out how to get past that last horse.
And I think the distance, too, might be a question at 330 yards. I think that horse has gotten tired in the late stages every single time out. 6 is Fire in the Sky, the Fargo shipper.
Yep, second time around. This one probably could have used that start, so we'll see what she has to offer in start number 2, but not getting much of a look at her. I opted to pass and go for the 2 Olmsted trainees right next door. Bottoms Up and Max Brand are going to be involved in everything for me. I'm going to play him a straight Exacta. I know that Bottoms Up can run more than he's shown. I mean, he wouldn't have been in the North Star Futurity if he hadn't shown a little something in the morning, but Max Brand is where we all end up. You can see that on the board. Right now he's 8-5. He might be even lower by post time.
Yeah, he's the most obvious horse with the trainer, with the go-to rider, all that good stuff. I like the post. And then the outside horse is 11-1. Little White Dove debuting for Jerry Livingston as the horses have left the paddock. Oh, my. Look at all those 8s up on the board. Who do you like, though, fans? You've got to make the call. Late quarter horse double. Ange and I'll be back to take you through the 9th. Good luck with this race as we now send the horses onto the track. And Sir Leonard Diker with the call to the post.
And here they come for race number 8, beginning the final double. This one on races 8 and 9. Scratch number 1. To the gate in 8, then they're going to get it on. They've reached the starting gate. It's post time for the K-Shawn Boutique Classic. 6 in. Cyber Finale. And Little White Dove. Eight in the gate. And away they go. Pretty good beginning for everybody, including Cyber Finale from the middle inside. No Painted Desert firing with Hots Kevin taking the lead. Outside of that, Cyber Finale far outside is Max Brand, but this belongs to Hots Kevin at 4-1. Number 3, Hots Kevin first. 3-2 and a photo. The numbers 3, 2, 5, 8. The penultimate is official. Pick 3 from race 6, $270.30. Exacta paid $99.60. Trifecta $218.45. Superfecta $59.80. And the 9th race is 20 minutes from now. No scratches, no rider changes. Up to the winner's enclosure, Hots Kevin and Alexis Ramirez. The winning owner and trainer, Tyler Stein. Running time, 17.38. and away they go. Pretty good beginning for everybody, including Cyber Finale from the middle inside. No Painted Desert firing with Hots Kevin taking the lead. Outside of that, Cyber Finale far outside is Max Brand, but this belongs to Hots Kevin at 4-1.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman with you in the prestigious Pressbox Television studio. Ange, we've got a big weekend of racing. Saturday, 5 o'clock start, tacos and tequilas. Sunday, 1 o'clock start, the Corgis. Both days should be packed.
Yes, they should. And Tacos and Tequila does not have that many tickets left. If you want to upgrade your experience this coming Saturday, they're still available online. Tacos, tequila, the menu's actually out there somewhere. There's a bit of variety. You know, you could have some first courses, a lot of tacos, and the tequila cocktails to go with them. That is all coming this weekend. And then, of course, Kevin lives for the Corgi races. Those are
I actually live for the King's Plate. I'm really fired up for Saturday.
That's true.
Woodbine, north of the border. The Allwellings, who used to run horses here back in the day, have a horse named Faber, who's like 25, 30 to 1 in the King's Plate. That's Woodbine Saturday. The Alabama at prestigious Saratoga. A lot of reasons to come early Saturday and play that simulcast late afternoon, then dive into our race card, tacos, tequilas, and yes, the Corgis on Sunday. Literally won't sleep Saturday night. I'm so excited to see those little furry friends. But let's handicap this last race. These quarter horses are good fun. And it's another race where it's maidens and it's Minnesota breds and anything can happen.
Your favorites, that's very true.
I love them.
Well, you have a much different formula than we have in some of our more recent races in that there's plenty of experience going for a lot of these. And you and Paul actually agree on a horse. You agreed on a lot of horses tonight. But the last horse that you are going to settle in on together is Travelin' Trixie. Now, Travelin' Trixie is one of two from the Jerry Livingston stable. Actually, one of three, make that my mistake. But Travelin' Trixie is the innermost drawn of them. That's about the only thing that deters me from her. I like being just a little bit off the rail. A lot of these did run behind Stellan Eagle last time, though, and Stellan Eagle took most of the stretch to get up that day. Travelin' Trixie ran exceptionally in defeat.
Yeah, you're not going to see me tout a lot of 5-year-old maidens from the rail in a quarter horse race, but I did go back and watch that last race, and if she can duplicate that effort, I do think Travelin' Trixie makes an awful lot of sense here. It's getting close for me to now or never time, but you know, this is career start number 10, second time back off a little layoff. I trust Jerry Livingston to have this one fresh. Oliver Steele, another horse that was in that race, and I look at these past performances and all but one come out of that race back on July the 30th. This guy just never really fired.
He came out of the gate well enough, I guess. I mean, he broke out a little bit too, and then his day was pretty much over. I would not be surprised at all to see the inside two runners have the lead, at least for the first couple of strides out of the gate. Sometimes they're very good out of the gate, but in this group, I think that they should be right away at the front. I would guess that Oliver Steele's test is going to come with the last 100 yards or so. You know, he's been at 250, 330 in his last few, and frankly, the 250 races to me are a little bit more appealing. But either way, they are at 300 today. I think that'll work to the favor of Travelin' Trixie. The one right next door to Oliver Steele is another one of the Livingston runners, and 34 below broke way better last time than she had in any of her previous races. She had the outside running that day. That was in the aforementioned Stellan Eagle race. She took some money, and 34 below really finished that one off very well. I mean, the favorite caught her at the wire, but 34 below still ran a winning race that day. Given that she's in here with a couple of her stablemates, I thought maybe 34 below was the one who's been running against the tougher company recently, and that's why my pen ended up on her, but you have her second.
Yeah, let's just tip our hat a little bit to the morning line guy, Brendan. Last race, the morning line favorite went off at 4-1 and was victorious. He makes this horse favorite, so he's technically trying to sweep the quarter horse card. She beat almost this entire field last time, so she'll be no surprise here. She's faced Stakes Company, and it'd be fun to see Jada Bowers get her first win here on 34 below. BP April is the 4. Had the lead, was near the lead, dueled, and then just fell a little bit short late. Certainly fits with these.
It gets in her own way sometimes. You know, she was going wild in the walking ring, and last time she was acting up again, and she got intimidated by the outside horse, but she still ran third, and she ran a decent third. It's just that she gets in her own way. Let's see how she's doing today, because she is going to be behind 34 below, but BP April, again, just has done little things that sometimes I think take away her race before she even gets to the gate, and then the way that she does break from the gate doesn't help matters usually. Last time it was an exception, but still, I want to see how BP April is doing because she is just behind 34 below. It looks like she is maybe being a naughty girl again, and BP April, for that reason for me, landed underneath. But Mighty Lady Dinny next door is also a Hobbs trainee. This one was 6th in the Stellan Eagle race, and she broke all right, just couldn't really get much going that day. That was her first run up here. Do you think her second will go better?
No, I don't. I'm not on the 5. I don't really see much on paper that leads me to believe this horse can beat this bunch. I do love the trainer. I think Haley does a fantastic job. This horse, to me, on paper looks overmatched. Mouse is bullish on the 6. He's been watching replays. This horse dwelt at the start last time. He kept talking this afternoon about hidden form. Do you give Mouse's tout, the 6, a chance?
You have to give her a chance, or him a chance in his second start, because like you said, completely dwelt at the start, blew it right there in quarter horse racing. More than anything, that is when your day is done. But Corona's Dirty Dynasty, it's just a second-time starter with a lot of ground to make up on some others. That's the only thing that deters me, is that all of these, except for her or him, pretty much finished in a line last time, and that's a lot of ground to make up for a quarter horse and just start number 2.
The Fargo shipper lost a photo last time. Can it be that one Sweet Ferrari can ship and dip into the winner's circle?
We did see this horse a couple of times last year, and one Sweet Ferrari is another one that, in her debut, got really riled up in the walking ring. Looks like she has settled down at least this year. She broke very well in her second start, but backed up in the last 100 yards or so. Given that this is also a 300-yard race, just like that one, we'll see how much progress she's made. But she's another.
She looks good. Look at her.
She's another underneath candidate for me. You love your grays.
She's
you love
gorgeous,
your
man. I love those grays indeed.
I know you do.
There's the picks. We're kind of spread out here, which tells me if you can cash that try or superfecta, it might pay a little bit. And we can't wait till you come back and see us for Saturday racing, tacos and tequila. 5 o'clock right now, the call to the post as we get ready for the lucky last.
And the horses are approaching the starting gate. 1 minute. Nolan Revac to the petting zoo, please. It is now post time. Moving in. Wide open in the Winway Dream. 34 below and BP April, each 3-1. Traveling Trixie, 4.5 to 1. 34 below, now 9 to 5. One out. Corona's Dirty Dynasty and Kelsey, 6 to 1. And away they go. Ooh, rough beginning for number 6, Corona Dirty Dynasty. Kelsey Haar had to do everything just to hold on. Meanwhile, one Sweet Ferrari's the white blur to the outside. Inside of that, Traveling Trixie. Between them is 34 below, and it was tight. Might be the 7, but it's very, very tight. Photo finish. Steward's inquiry into the start of race 9, specifically the break for number 6, Corona's Dirty Dynasty. Stewards are going to take a look at the start involving number 6 to see what happened and to determine if the 6 indeed is a legit starter. Hold all tickets. Here's the start of race 9. This is what our track referees, the stewards, are looking at. They're going to make sure the stall gate for number 6 opened in unison with the rest of the field and that the assistant starter did his job, and to make sure number 6 should be deemed an official starter. Meanwhile, the numbers: number 7, one Sweet Ferrari, first. 7, 3, 4, 1. Ladies and gentlemen, the inquiry sign is going to be removed. As you can see on TV monitors, the stall gate for number 6 opened in unison with the rest of the field. The assistant starter did his job. Number 6, Corona's Dirty Dynasty, had a fair chance to race and thus is deemed a starter. 7-3-4-1, soon to be official. Into the winner's enclosure, 1 Sweet Ferrari and Laren DeLorme. The winning trainer is Mark Wilson. Mark also is the winning owner and breeder. It's a Mark Wilson triple play with 1 Sweet Ferrari. The filly was bred in Minnesota and is a daughter of 1 Sweet Jess out of Ferrari Glow. 9th race official, Exacta 30-40, Trifecta 41-70, Superfecta 16 and change, and that final pick 3 paid $164.90. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for watching and wagering on Racing at CBY. And if you're leaving the racetrack, please drive safely. And away they go. Ooh, rough beginning for number 6, Corona Dirty Dynasty. Kelsey Haar had to do everything just to hold on. Meanwhile, 1 Sweet Ferrari's the white blur to the outside. Inside of that, Traveling Trixie. Between them is 34 below, and it was tight. Might be the